rien dit. Et bonjour, bonjour, comment allez-vous? Comment ça va bien? Coucou Sobrito, comment ça va? D'ailleurs, il y a qui là-dedans? Coucou Sobrito. J'espère que ton Game Pass a marché, le code Game Pass a fonctionné. Normalement, ça a dû fonctionner. Hello, hello! Comment est-ce en la casa? Désolé, j'avais pris un peu de retard. J'ai pris un peu de retard parce que j'étais en plein nettoyage. Donc c'est pour ça. Du coup, j'ai pris une douche, tout ça. Et j'espère que le Game Pass pour toi, enfin que ça a marché en tout cas. Logiquement, ça aurait dû marcher, donc j'espère. T'inquiète, pas de souci. J'allais dire. Ok, ça marche. Je l'ai pas encore fait. Ok. Donc bah, normalement, ça devrait fonctionner. Je sais plus. Je t'ai envoyé un lien pour le faire a priori ou toutes les démarches. J'ai regardé ça ce matin. J'étais un peu j'avais un peu la tête dans le. Tu vois bien? Et du coup, ouais, c'est pour ça. Et hier, c'est aussi pour ça que je n'ai pas streamé. J'étais en plein ménage. Et en pleine vérification, j'ai sur... rappelle-moi, c'est sur ouais, c'est sur le Xbox, il me semble. Attendez, attends, je vais te dire ça. Je vais te dire ça, hein, ça sera plus simple. Je t'ai envoyé toute la démarche juste après. Alors, réduction échange, taper échange, toc toc. Ah oui, il y a un screenshot. J'aurais dû t'envoyer le lien, ça aurait été plus simple. J'aurais dû envoyer le lien, ça aurait été beaucoup plus simple, je pense. Mais normalement, oui, c'est sur le Xbox Game Pass. Il faut bien que tu aies ton compte d'ouvert. Et normalement, dans le cadeau, ou dans le code promo, il me semble, tu as juste à placer ce code-là et tu l'auras. Donc oui, hier, j'étais en pleine modification sur ma webcam. Bientôt, vous aurez des petits nouveaux trucs. Je suis en plein, en pleine vérification, en plein truc. En fait, j'installe un stream deck virtuel pour le chat, ce qui va faire plusieurs fils. Par exemple, quand on changera ma voix, on pourra faire plusieurs effets. Et par exemple, on mettra un effet. Je sais même plus comment c'est. Attends, je sais même plus comment ça marche. Enfin, attendez, je suis en train de chercher en même temps. Ah, OBS plugin. Voilà. Ouais, faut que je retrouve. Je sais plus comment ça marche. Je sais plus comment ça fonctionne. Ah mince alors. Mince alors. Mais je l'ai fait ce matin. Attendez, on va trouver, hein. On a le temps. Le jeu il dure 3 heures, a priori 3-4 heures. Ah, c'est bizarre ça. Alors, OBS Studio. Ok. OBS plugin. Attendez, c'est peut-être pas le bon truc. Ah voilà, c'est ça. Voilà, c'est ça. Alors, avec ça, vous pourriez changer plusieurs systèmes. Attends, c'est dans quoi? BSIO, BS Shader Filter Plus. Source, effet. Ouais, j'ai trop fui, c'est quand même fou. Ah, c'est là-dedans. Ouais, j'étais pas sur mon truc. Voilà, c'est pour ça. Et normalement, si je mets pixel, voilà, quand vous mettrez la voix, normalement, il y aura ça. Mais faut ça, faut que j'installe encore. Et ça, faut que j'installe. Donc on va voir pour l'instant. Je verrai ça sûrement demain dans la matinée. Et je saurai ça sûrement au courant au milieu de semaine. Logiquement. Si tout se passe bien. Parce que c'est quand même pas mal de codage ou autre. Donc c'est assez compliqué. Mais ça se fait bien. Après, ça peut être sympa. Hein. Ça peut être sympa avec la voix comme ça. Attendez, où je la retrouve.
Si je mets cette voix-là, ça peut le faire, quoi. Ouais, voilà, on va jouer à un petit jeu, on va se mettre un anonymat comme ça, quoi. Non, c'est pas celle-là.
Je crois.
C'est celle-là.
C'est celle-là, ouais. Donc ouais, pas mal de petits trucs sympas. Ouais, on peut changer la rotation, l'effet, mettre un peu moins pixelé, plus pixelé. Je peux le mettre comme ça si je veux. Ne vous inquiétez pas, c'est pas votre cam qui déconne. C'est moi qui teste des trucs. Donc voilà, on pourra s'amuser, mais pour l'instant, l'amusement n'est que de rigueur parce que... Ah,
Désolé. Je disais l'amusement qui n'est que de rigueur parce que pour l'instant rien n'est installé. Donc pour l'instant on va passer à un jeu sympathique. Un jeu sympathique d'ailleurs que tout le monde connaît d'ailleurs je pense, mais cette fois on va jouer à la version Deluxe qui a une version supplémentaire normalement. Donc si vous voulez jouer à ce jeu, n'hésitez pas, il était gratuit sur le il était gratuit sur le Epic Game Store. Il était sur l'Epic Game Store et moi je l'ai repris sur Steam, sachant qu'il y avait la version de luxe qui était en promo. Après, je sais qu'elle a 20 balles environ. Donc si vous la voulez moins chère, prenez la version normale, mais vous n'aurez pas l'histoire en plus. Parce que logiquement, il y a une petite histoire en plus. Mais bon, ça viendra avec le temps. Peut-être qu'il sera gratuit sur les Xbox, sur les Xbox Game Pass ou sur Epic Game bientôt. Ça se trouve. Donc, on va peut-être commencer à jouer quand même, non? Ce serait pas trop mal, hein. Attendez, je vérifie là parce que j'ai des coupures de live, c'est chiant. T'es pas ici? C'est en 4. sais pas. Ouais, c'est pas trop grave. Mais alors, alors. C'est bizarre. C'est bizarre. Bon, bref. Passons au game. Passons au game. Qui est... C'est celui-là, normalement. Oui, celui-là c'est le premier, juste avant. Ça c'est le premier. Ah, il a pas voulu. Voilà. Ça c'est le... La version de luxe. Donc la version de luxe. Je fais un truc. Alors, please choose screen and submit language. Ok. Désolé pour l'accent. Je suis nul à chier en accent. Alors, du coup, on va prendre en français. Hein. Et choisir la langue du texte, la source des sous-titres français. C'est confirmé. Avez-vous déjà joué? Ah ben non, j'ai jamais joué, malheureusement. Moi, j'ai jamais joué. Attendez, fou. Ça prend en compte là? Ouais, ça prend en compte. Désolé, je suis un peu perdu dans mes pensées. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Ok. Ok, tout est bon. Alors, avez-vous déjà joué à Stanley The Parable? Non. Soit sur l'ordinateur, soit à peine visible. Ok. Bah, il est à peine visible déjà. Vous le voyez bien, vous? Ouais, vous le voyez comme moi. Entre l'heure actuelle. Hein? Pourquoi? Oh, je sais pas quelle heure il est là. Il est 18h. À 44. Allez, 45. On arrondit. Remarque, les paramètres d'accessibilité sont accessibles depuis le menu principal. Ok, oui, ok, oui. Champ de vision, 72, sensibilité de la souris, ok, d'accord. On va sur la manette, on s'en bat les couilles. Moi, je voulais regarder la vidéo. Vous avez activé, sans bordure. En fenêtre. Fenêtre, c'est plus simple. On n'a pas dit 60? Ah si, on a dit 60. Bon, ça va dans le must. Vas-y, on met un petit difficulté élevé. Ouais. Piqué. Oui, ma caméra. Voilà, on est chaud. Donc c'est parti. Oh, elle est un peu basse. Hein. Ah oui, mais non, en fenêtre, ça va pas le faire. T'es où? Ouais, sans bordure, hein, vas-y. Appliqué. J'ai loupé des trucs autrement. Ok, alors... Alors... Déjà, on va prendre un petit kawa. Faire un petit latte macchiato. Latte macchiato, et on est parti. Commencez le jeu. Chargement.
This is the story of a man named
Stanley. Donc c'est moi. Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
Okay.
As though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Attendez. Alors, comment ça? Je peux prendre des trucs là? Ah, ça ne marche pas. Mon clavier ne marche pas. Comment on change les paramètres? Ah non, recommencer le jeu, va te faire reculer. Je peux pas avancer. Ah putain, je suis en... Je vais le mettre en mode anglais. Ok. Je peux pas prendre les trucs? C'est vraiment nul. J'ai pas envie de sortir du bureau moi. Et on sort du bureau du coup, on n'a pas le choix. Quelqu'un? Y'a quelqu'un? Eh oh!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ils m'ont enfermé ces bâtards. Hein. J'ai pas lu ce
No
qu'il y a.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Personne. On peut même pas prendre des cartons. On peut même pas sauter. Ah, on peut se croupir déjà. Ok. Y'a personne les copains. Ils sont où les employés de bureau? Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Meeting input, ok. Bah, qui c'est qui a laissé un café par terre, les gars? Oh, regarde-moi ça, c'est un bordel ici.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Attends, droite ou gauche? Non, moi je veux pas y aller, moi. Ah. Ça risque d'être embêtant. Essayez avec un PayPal au pire. Le PayPal, je sais que ça fonctionne, normalement. Et du coup, quand tu l'actives, ça le prend en compte quand même? Ouais, essaye avec un PayPal, je pense que ça fonctionnera peut-être mieux. Ça te dit que tu bénéficies de moi quand même. On prend droite ou gauche là? Ça pue ça. Vas-y, on prend droite.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ouais, c'est bizarre que ça bug avec une carte bancaire. Si c'est une Mastercard, normalement ça devrait marcher.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Tu vois ta banque, parce que c'est bizarre que ça n'accepte pas, vu que c'est une... Si c'est une Mastercard, ça devrait accepter normalement.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more,
he
decided
quand même,
that the game was trying to send him a message.
C'est bizarre. Souvent ils prennent l'argent, donc... C'est une visa en plus, ouais, ça devrait fonctionner, la visa du coup, je pense. Oui, ça devrait fonctionner, logiquement.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Et c'est qui ce narrateur? Il est bizarre, hein. Alors, attendez. Allez là.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ah, j'ai pas suivi les instructions. C'est pas ce qu'il m'a dit, le con. Je vais mourir?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
oui, c'est
is that the
difficile.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now,
Ok,
I'm
je vais
not
arrêter de prendre
asking for
l'initiative.
me, I'm asking for her.
Pour elle? Qui ça, elle?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Chance de
To
me
put
racheter,
your
ok?
work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Il y a longtemps. Ok, après. C'est noir là, je vais mourir. Ah!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to
C'est à moi de faire
her.
le premier pas, ok.
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Décrocher le téléphone, comment on fait? Comment on fait pour décrocher le téléphone? Je connais pas les touches. J'ai pas les touches. Ah, commande. J'avais pas vu commande. Sauter, interagir, s'accroupir. Ok. C'est bon, j'ai décroché. Ok. Bonjour.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Ah, c'est qui ça?
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to
Un
commit
problème
their life to
technique avec PayPal.
you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Ah ouais, c'est bizarre. Parce qu'après, suivant les instructions, je te renverrai un lien après le live au pire. Pour avec tout le speech de comment l'utiliser. Parce qu'après, je me pose la question si c'est sur le Discord ou si c'est sur l'Xbox, mais normalement c'est sur l'Xbox. Sur l'Xbox, normalement, il doit le prendre. Attends, je me pose la question. Normalement, sur l'Xbox, il doit le prendre. Non, parce qu'après, sur le Discord, c'est pas ça, non. Non. Le Discord, c'est pour réclamer. C'est autre chose. C'est le logo de ta banque qui bloque le truc. Bah, essaie de voir avec la banque, ouais, c'est bizarre. Essaie de voir avec la banque, parce que oui, ça devrait fonctionner, logiquement. Si t'as déjà fait des paiements par internet et que ça fonctionne, logiquement, ça devrait fonctionner. Je me renseignerai ce soir, voir si c'est pas sur le Discord. Je verrai ça juste après le live, ne t'inquiète pas. C'est noté sur mon petit bloc-notes. Donc, on va reprendre quand même. Donc là, c'est qui là? Il m'a bien eu, mais... Ok, il m'a bien eu. Bonjour madame.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Ah, la mort? Hein? Pourquoi la mort?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Tu mets le 22. Ah oui, ça va.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button.
C'est un clavier.
Now,
oh non, c'est un clavier anglais.
Lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen his life.
Ah non, mais il m'a entubé là. On peut pas mettre un clavier français là? Ça m'arrangerait parce que là... En arrière, droite, gauche. Ah, je vais faire E. Passe, ok, d'accord. Ah, il me semblait qu'il y avait jusqu'au... Ah non, c'était pour le réclamer, je pense. Jusqu'à mai. 26 mai. Oui.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Okay.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
J'aime pas ça.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Ah, faut pas le faire. Désolé. Appuyer sur la touche. Ouais, mais je peux pas sortir, frère. Ça me fait rire. Je suis mort, là, non? Et appuie sur R pour être réveillé le matin. J'ai pas le choix d'appuyer. Vas-y, j'appuie.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Attends, mais comment ça? Je comprends pas ce qui... Il se fout de ma gueule. Il se fout de moi. Je peux rien faire.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Veuillez mourir.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Ah d'accord. Ok, je suis déjà mort. Première mort. Ok. Ok. On va l'écouter cette fois.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Pourquoi?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
À la salle de réunion. À la salle de réunion.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Il se fout de moi. Salle de réunion. Elle est là.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
À gauche. Ah, faut aller à gauche. Je suis allé à droite, c'est pour ça qu'il me...
Yet there was not a
Okay,
single
that's okay.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Bureau du chef. Chef, vous êtes là?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, sacré bureau, ça change de bureau d'habitude. Alors, peut-être pas. Chef?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Personne.
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad
férié,
behind
mec.
the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Football.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ok, j'avance. On voit que dalle. Attendez. On voit que dalle. Elle est où la luminosité? C'est où la luminosité pourtant? J'ai pas. C'est chiant. Attendez, je vais vous mettre un peu de lumière de votre côté. Voilà, ça devrait être mieux. Et pour vous. Reprendre la partie. J'appuie sur l'ascenseur. Et on descend. J'espère qu'il y a la lumière. Hein.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh!
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Pourtant, c'est marqué Escape là. Pourtant, c'est marqué Escape. Hein. Bon, j'avance. Je fais confiance à nous. Bon, qu'est-ce qu'il y a là?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Il y en a une qui est bizarre en haut. Ouais.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Comment on le détruit? On voit que dalle. Alors, comment que ça marche? Je suis perdu, je vois rien. On peut pas allumer une lumière? On se par là. Oh, on voit que dalle. Ah.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley est heureux. Parfait. La fin? Ah mince, on recommence?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
On va aller à la salle de réunion, mais on va aller...
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Non, on va aller à la
doors,
droite.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Vas-y, on y va.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Salut Firefox. Du coup, je vais descendre. Je vais pas l'écouter.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
À gauche, ok. J'ai pas le choix.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Ah bah attends, faut me dire.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Sûr et certain, t'es sûr, hein? Je sens qu'il va me brain.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time,
Oui, c'est la première
suppose
fois
we
que je
don't
joue,
wander
mais
so far off
on
track.
a réussi à s'échapper
Okay,
apparemment.
from the top.
On est déjà passé par là.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Avait
What could
disparu.
it mean?
En fait, là, je fais exprès
Stanley
de
decided to
vérifier
go
pour
to the
voir
meeting
les
room.
passages qu'il y a
Perhaps
en
he had
plus.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
Attends,
what?
suis-moi là.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh. On a le choix. Vas-y, on a le choix. Ah, attends, mais on a le choix, mais on peut pas prendre celle-là. Vas-y, je prends celle-là. Attends, mais il va me tuer là. Là, je pense qu'il va vouloir me tuer.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Ah, j'espère qu'il y avait une histoire avant.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
Attends,
over
mais je
and
suis
over
revenu au point de
again.
départ. Hein.
But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Ouais, mais là, c'est la version Deluxe avec une histoire en plus.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, j'ai eu plein de trucs. Je suis pas rentré dedans. Un succès de ne pas jouer pendant 5 ans. C'est sérieux ça? Pas jouer pendant 5 ans au jeu?
Okay,
Attends,
yep,
porte.
it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other
Ah,
direction?
merci pour le
and see if
follow,
we missed anything.
Firefox. Merci beaucoup. Donc là, on s'est trompé. Fait demi-tour.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Désolé, je m'installe, mais...
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Ok, on retourne sur nos pas. Attends, il se fout de moi là. Il change tout le décor.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Ouais.
Congratulations!
J'ai gagné 2
put in a lot
fois
of
déjà.
hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
Ah, il restart. Ah, là il m'a mis une ligne. C'est pas grave, les gars.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
pas la suivre. Faut la suivre ou pas la suivre? Moi, je la suis. Hein.
You see, the line knows where the
Avec le
story
DLC?
is. It's over in this
Ouais, je
direction.
la suis.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Ah, je
Nope.
suis mon destin, ouais.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination
Attends, si je la
still
suis
a
pas, ça fait quoi?
story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a
mais
journey
pas, ça.
such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Ah non,
Okay.
maintenant je peux pas là.
Now, if my experience of your
Oh, bordel.
existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was
Désolé
going
pour le
with all
vomi. Hein.
that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music. Go back
merci.
and look at that fern.
Allez voir la fougère.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Ok, je m'en
You
souviens
won't
bien.
want to miss anything.
Ok, je m'en souviens. La fougère, ok. Petite musique?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Je suis. Hein.
Oh, no, not
Ah, on est
again.
retourné, là.
How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Non, je me suis jamais enfermé dans le bureau, non. Comment on fait pour s'enfermer dedans? Ah là, je peux pas. Mince.
You know
Je suis
what,
allé.
Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Okay.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Prendre cette direction, ok.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to
Ouais.
be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it
Infinite?
might be, Stanley,
Ok.
I'm ready
Je
for
vais être un
it.
pirate.
Oh, no, not you
Oh
again.
non, pas encore.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Là pour l'instant on suit la ligne. Hein. Ah c'est bon, elle a disparu.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
décision.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay,
tourne en rond, il est
so
sérieux?
I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
C'est de droite, hein. Allez, c'est parti. Oh,
Oh, hold up, what's this?
la fin troublante.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Ah,
It's all
d'accord.
one giant
Ah, c'est toutes
ending?
les fins.
And we're supposed to restart the game what, eight
Ouais, j'ai vu que je pouvais me cliquer, ouais.
times? That's
quoi
really
ce-
how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
Donc, je pense que c'est pour passer dans
Whoa.
en dessous des bureaux
Well,
ou des trucs comme ça.
Who consulted me?
Je pense.
Why don't I get to decide?
On va
Why
faire un
don't
peu de
I
parcours,
get
hein,
a
de toute
say
façon.
in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting.
relance le
I don't want to
jeu,
forget
trop.
what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Ah, c'est
Does
arrêté
that
le
mean,
chronomètre.
did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that
Oh
made
non,
this
non,
schedule?
non,
How would
no
we
spoil,
even
s'il te plaît.
know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Retrouver la ligne, commencer à
So.
suivre la ligne.
Okay.
Oui, non.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
Mais par contre, il y a combien de fins possibles dans le truc? Parce que là, il relance, mais il y a des fois où je gagne quand même.
All of his co-workers were gone.
C'est quoi la fin où
What
tu
could it
gagnes?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, il y en a plein. Ah ouais. Tant que ça. Je sens que le narrateur il va me
Stanley
brain pas mal de
came to
fois.
a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Celle de gauche? On prend celle de gauche. Allez, vas-y. Salle de réunion.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Pareil, on peut
boss's
sauter
office,
apparemment, mais
hoping
je
he
peux même
might
pas sauter.
find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
Attends,
risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Fait que des
None of it
passages.
made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors
vrai, ça.
close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter,
vrai, ça.
these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying, and began to gently
être
float
impatient.
above the ground. Then he imagined
Essaye
himself
de le rendre
soaring
dingue.
through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I am okay. Et non. Dans le cul.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Ok.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Ok. C'est un peu triste, mais on a fait une fin. La troisième fin qu'on fait là.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a
Ah
set
ouais,
of
faudrait que
two
j'essaie de
open
m'enfermer, ouais,
doors,
carrément.
he entered the door
Ouais,
on
déjà
his
fermé les deux.
left.
On va aller à gauche.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, c'est ouvert. On peut les ouvrir les portes? Ah, je sais même pas. Ascenseur, ok. Ouais. Ça c'est le boss, hein. On voit pas son visage au boss.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
000.
What could its purpose
Vas-y, je vais
be?
essayer.
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845.
Ah, ça
But
marche
of
pas.
course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
C'est au bout de combien de fois que ça marche pas?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never
combien
possibly
déjà?
know that the combination was
Non, c'est combien déjà?
2845.
Il dit combien? 25, 48.
2845.
Mais que du mauvais code.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by
Ah, c'est ouvert.
itself.
Bah,
And
c'est
Stanley
ouvert.
got the hell
Ok.
along with the story.
Ah, tristesse.
Well, what did he do?
Ah, c'est ouverte. Alors, attends. Y'a pas d'autre passage, hein? On voit que dalle ici. Hein. Ok. Bien, on peut remonter là du coup.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Bah moi je m'en
Control
vais là,
Facility.
parce que j'ai déjà été, je suis déjà allé là-bas. Je sais ce qui m'attend.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Ouais, apparemment il
At
veut que
this
je revienne, ça
point,
pas.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Devant de la mort? Ah non. On meurt ou... Ah non, on fait demi-tour. Hein. Et peut-être qu'on va pas mourir. Hein. Attends, on va voir. Ah, mort, pas mort, mort, pas mort.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind
J'imagine
man.
qu'il faut faire plein de fins.
So
Il y a
he
plusieurs.
resigned and
Apparemment,
willingly
ils ont
accepted
rajouté
this
plusieurs
violent end
histoires en
to his
plus.
brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Je suis mort là. Adieu Stanley. Adieu Stanley. Ah non.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Ça a changé la voix du narrateur, c'est bizarre.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
C'est quoi cette fin?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Ouais, j'avoue, attendez.
Do you see now?
Je vais enlever
Do you see that
ce petit galopin. Désolé si je suis bloqué. Hein.
Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start.
Je regarde dans le noir. Ouais, j'avoue, parce que c'est ouf. T'avais pas vu cette fin? Après, c'est peut-être dans le DLC, hein, parce que le voix du narrateur a vraiment changé. Mais c'est bizarre quand même. Elle m'a dit quoi là? J'ai même pas fait gaffe ce qu'elle m'a dit. Waouh! Tableau de paysage. Magnifique. Très beau. Très très beau. Ah là c'est mon bureau. Ouais, c'est chez moi là. Enfin c'est le jeu. Plan du bureau. Ah sympa. C'est un petit easter egg en fait. Ça va être le DLC j'imagine. Hein. On va voir. Ah, la salle de choix. Les deux portes. Non c'est pas le DLC. Ah mince. Armoire de rangement, ok. Ordinateur de bureau, il y a le solitaire, à l'ancienne. On verra dans le futur. Avec marqué en gros DLC. Ce sont des boutons. Nouveau contenu, ça sera marqué. D'accord. Donc là, on est dans un musée, hein, si j'ai bien compris. Salle de maintenance, ok. Sympa, et ils ont bien fait ça quand même. Chérie. Mhm. Oups. Oups. Ah, le za... Ouais, j'ai pas fait gaffe, ouais. Attends,
Oh,
rigole.
look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Désactiver.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Mhm.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Ok.
But
Oula.
listen to me.
Oh
You
non.
can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you
Échappe. Quitter.
move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Faut que je laisse. Mort. Hip. Alors, enferme-moi dans le bureau. Alors, faut que j'avance, c'est que je recule aussitôt, c'est ça? Non? Comment je fais? Comment enfermer dedans? Ah si.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Ok.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Ah mince, je croyais que je pouvais rouvrir la porte.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure beyond any doubt was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Alors.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Eh ouais, je suis tout seul, super. La porte de droite? Vas-y, je prends la porte de droite.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Je vais attendre. Oh, j'ai pris la porte de droite là. C'est pas la bonne porte? Ah, j'ai pas fait gaffe. Elle était où l'option? J'ai pas fait gaffe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, c'est ça? Nouveau contenu.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Mais ça veut dire quoi, nouveau contenu? Pas fermer cette porte pour accéder là-bas, dommage. Ah, oh là. Bon appétit, bon app.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Ouais, c'est vrai.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Moi aussi, je suis impatient.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Ouais, c'est une grande aventure, ouais.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good, yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley,
Merci beaucoup, les gars.
this is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Il m'a renvoyé. Hein? Attends, je suis où là? C'est pas mon bureau?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Ouais, je vais aller. Qu'y a-t-il? Ah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, ça bug là? Ça bug pas chez vous? Ça bug à plein tube quand je fais ça. Oh non, ça bug pas. Oh, c'est beau!
I call it the memory zone.
Oh,
it's where I've been
beau.
storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
C'est vrai. Là, c'est son musée à lui en fait, quoi. Coucou puce. Moi ça va nickel. Là on joue un petit jeu tranquille d'un... Une personne qui est dans un bureau et là qui vient de s'évader.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Le son anglais, il sort du jeu. Le son anglais, il sort du jeu, ouais. C'est un narrateur, en fait. Ou alors j'ai un accent et une voix assez changeante. D'accord. Et là, du coup, on est dans le DLC du Stanley Parable. Donc là, on arrive dans le petit musée du narrateur, justement.
Here's another moving passage, this time from
Je pensais que c'était de la pub.
GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone,
Trop fort,
to spend the rest of
le
time collecting
son.
dust in the hallowed
Gênant.
hall of beloved video game memories.
Il m'a rouvert une porte là. Ouais, il faut que je retourne là.
Oh, these were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
On m'entend plus quand il parle. Je vais remédier à ce problème. Voilà. On a remédié à ce problème.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were
Steam
glowing
review.
well, weren't they?
Les Steam Reviews, ça c'est les gens qui ont joué. Hein. Oh, ça c'est les mauvaises notes.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more
Il se fout de la gueule du
irritating than
narrateur, c'est excellent.
entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable,
C'est pour ça que
but
je
the
pensais
game
que
is
c'était une pub.
already such a
Désolé.
densely layered
Désolé
web
pour
of
le
profound philosophical insights that
pour
I
le
can't even
narrateur. Je
imagine
parlais
where
trop
I'd
fort.
have the room to stick them.
Alors c'est par où? C'est par où? Ah, il y en a encore là. On peut pas les lire.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games,
Il a même pas envie de dire
preachiness
le
gets
mec.
annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy.
Commercial.
Honestly, you can.
Bah c'est un peu
This is
le
actually quite shocking for me.
héros
I
du jeu en
always
fait.
would, to be honest, I
Parce qu'en
had
fait
always
nous on
thought
joue
of the
quelqu'un
game's
mais c'est
dialogue
lui
as being rather
qui nous
terse to
demande
begin with.
qui nous dit de
You
quoi
can't
faire.
know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it. Well, I
Si
would
on le
thought
suit
it
pas,
did,
on meurt.
but maybe it wasn't.
Ou il nous tue.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Oh non,
Perhaps
le
the
pauvre.
Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on.
Il est en train de nous troll là, je crois, le
The
narrateur.
Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here.
On l'a fait taire.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe
La connexion est un peu ralentie. N'hésite pas à descendre la qualité si tu veux avoir un bon débit sans rupture. Mais c'est vrai qu'en ce moment Twitch est en panique. C'était pareil pour moi tout à l'heure.
Or maybe a manifesto.
C'est déjà fait.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Ah oui.
If not. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Et c'est passé 12
You've
heures.
just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Elle n'est plus là.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you.
Ah ouais,
and
pas
the
cool.
button. And if you keep
Ah, les
pressing
puits,
it, I have no
c'est
idea
quoi, comment on
what
appelle
will
ça, les
happen.
puits
I
de ton
have
côté,
no
c'est
idea how long I'll be made to
par rapport à
sit
l'état
here.
indien,
And
non?
more
C'est
than
comment ça
anything
s'appelle?
else,
Non, c'est
I
pas
don't
l'état
know how
indien.
to stop
Non,
you
c'est pas
from
du même
pressing the
côté.
button again. I can't control anything in this room,
Il
Stanley.
y a un
I
cyclone
can't
qui est
touch
passé
it.
pas très
And
loin en
I
tout cas.
have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how...
Ah, il est chiant à parler là.
Stanley, you're back.
Je sais
You're
déjà.
back. Oh my
Ah, mais il n'y a plus de
goodness.
lumière.
I have someone
Ah,
to
la plante,
talk
elle est
to
morte.
again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Une semaine.
or
Il est
2
sérieux?
weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley.
Le
It isn't the
réchauffement
same at
climatique.
all. It isn't
Ouais,
even
c'est vrai.
close. Because I know
Pauvre
you
planète,
can't
attention.
hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my...
Oh, il est chiant. Il est chiant.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again.
Il y a vraiment
Welcome.
plus de lumière là.
I
On voit
have
plus rien.
had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
J'avoue, il est saoulant. Ouais, je suis pas tout seul. La plante est morte. Hein. Je crois qu'on a tué la plante. Et là, il parle plus du tout. Là, par contre, il parle plus du tout. On l'a traumatisé, le pauvre. Il veut plus parler. On va appuyer pour voir. Ah, c'est quoi ça là? C'est de fumée. Oh le bordel. L'horloge est bloquée. Attends, ouais, il parle plus, mais je crois qu'on l'a vraiment vexé. Hein. Parce que d'habitude, il me dit où aller, mais là...
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands, but
Ah, il est chiant. Ah, là, par contre, là, il n'y a plus rien qui... Ah si, je me suis dit, il n'y a plus rien qui marche, mais si, c'est bon.
the end is never the end, 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 is never the
Ah, il va me tuer.
never the end, is 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 never the end,
Ah, qu'il est bloqué le disque.
is never the
On a tout cassé, hein. On peut plus sortir d'ici. C'est quoi ce jeu? Oh! Et ils ont trollé le mec. Et franchement, le mec, il est célèbre. Hein. Juste par rapport à ça, ils ont fait un DLC grâce à son troll, quoi. Enfin, grâce à son passage de bouton, son bouton passé, quoi. Ah, il fait jour. Ok, donc je vais prendre l'échelle, c'est chiant. Il n'y a toujours pas de porte. La porte a disparu. Et il est perdu, mon ami, là. Oh! Oh, c'est beau! Ah, c'était moins sympa, là, déjà. Y'a quelqu'un? Y'a quelqu'un? Y'a quelqu'un? Eh oh! Eh oh! Eh oh! Eh oh! Y a quelqu'un? Y a quelqu'un? Y a quelqu'un? Y a quelqu'un? Ah, le bouton il est cassé. Ah, bon, attends, on peut sortir. Attends, est-ce qu'il est vraiment cassé le bouton? Ouais, il est vraiment cassé le bouton. On a vraiment cassé le bouton. Je crois que l'immeuble il est pété. Hein. Oh là, on est dans le désert. Oh le bordel, on est où? C'est vaste. Il n'y a rien autour de nous. On avance. Ah, il y a des routes là, non? Non, c'est pas des routes. On va avoir un mirage qui va apparaître, non? Ah non. Ok. Ah, il dit jamais quand c'est une fin, c'est chiant. Quand c'était une fin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New compte. On est déjà passé par cette porte, mais ça donne envie de repasser quand même. Hein.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I
Ouais.
have something very exciting to show you.
Ok, il va me montrer quelque chose de très excitant. Vas-y, on y va. De toute façon, on est là plus pour faire le nouveau contenu qu'autre chose. Hein. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il va me montrer?
You see,
Musique
Stanley,
d'ascenseur.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Genre. Le 2?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ok. Ils ont pas fait un 2, c'est pas possible. Coucou, c'est Vernis.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it
Mais un
even
2?
mean? But
C'est
the
sérieux?
Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic
Enfin, un Stanley Parable
statement
2.
right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Ah, t'avais pas vu la notif? Ça fait longtemps, pas si longtemps que ça. Je sais même pas, ça fait combien de temps environ? Ça fait environ 2 heures, ouais. Pas si longtemps que ça, quoi. Quand est-ce qu'il s'était? J'avoue qu'il est chiant à parler, mais il est très important parce que c'est lui qui va me dire à droite ou à gauche, quoi. Mais là, ça va, ils ont mis 2 partout, là. Ils sont fous, les mecs, hein. Genre, on peut... C'est tous les... Ah, sympa. Ah, porte qui est ouverte, ok.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the
J'ai pas eu
Stanley
d'infos.
Parable 2 is going to be.
Ah bah
But let's
désolé.
take a look at some of the features
Désolé.
I've been
Tu devais
developing
être
for it.
sûrement en
I
invisible sur
figure that if
Discord.
I can loosely organize a handful of
Avec l'info
interesting
à pas de passer.
concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work
Il a
itself
pu me
out.
donner l'instruction par
Game
message, c'est vrai.
development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Ah, les mecs, ils sont forts, hein. 2 yeux, 2 oreilles. Des nez, des jambes. Oui, c'est vrai qu'hier, j'avais pas streamé, mais parce que hier, j'étais en train de m'occuper à modifier certaines choses sur le stream. Bientôt, vous pourrez interagir avec ma caméra et autres. Bientôt. Soon, soon. On pourrait faire des trucs, attendez. On pourrait faire des trucs du genre, attendez, je vais juste vous montrer un petit truc. On pourrait faire un truc du genre, non, c'est pas ça. La webcam. Du genre
Comme
comme
ça,
quoi.
quoi. Ouais, voilà, ouais. De ce genre-là, quoi. Mais ça va voir. Faut que j'enlève le fond noir derrière et tout, donc ça va voir.
Merci beaucoup, toi, Addict66 pour le follow. Merci beaucoup. Tiens, ouais, à nouveau. Bah ouais, c'est sympa. Et en plus, ça la parabole, ça parle à tout le monde, donc... Coucou. Salut Théo Addict. J'ai dit toi au début, mais parce que j'ai mal lu.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Testez-moi ces nouvelles fonctionnalités. Ok, quelle nouvelle fonctionnalité? Ah, tu connais pas Sun Parable? Bah, n'hésite pas à y jouer. Le narrateur te troll pas mal de fois, mais il est sympa. Alors, s'il vous plaît, pas de photo, ok. Ah, il y a du merch. Non plus, tu connais pas Severnis? Putain, ça m'étonne de toi par contre ça. Ça, par contre, Severnis, ça m'étonne de toi. Parce que c'est vraiment un petit jeu indé très sympathique. Attendez, on va faire le non-street chat. En plus, c'est 2013, donc ouais, je me suis dit, tiens, on l'a peut-être déjà fait. En fait, je vous explique le but du jeu à la base. Ah, attendez, j'attends qu'il finisse de parler.
Could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Ah, Super Minimal, je l'ai fait. D'ailleurs, il est dans la VOD YouTube, si vous voulez le voir. Mais ouais, j'ai adoré ce jeu d'ailleurs aussi. Mais c'est un peu dans le même genre, ouais. Et ce qu'il faut savoir, dans ce jeu, en fait, on fait une boucle temporelle à l'infini, sauf que la boucle temporelle a toujours des variances. Et les variances vont être en fonction des actions que tu vas faire par rapport au narrateur. Imaginons, il va me dire de prendre la porte de droite. Si je prends celle de gauche, il va se plaindre et autres, et il y a pas mal de choses qui m'apparaissent. Le but du jeu, c'est de finir le jeu. En fait, il y a plusieurs fins dans ce jeu. Donc, il n'y a pas de fin en soi dans le jeu, quoi, en fait. Le but du jeu, c'est vraiment de faire toutes les fins, mais bon, je pense pas qu'on va toutes les faire. Ouais. Et il était sur le Epic Game, il était sur Epic Game, il était gratuit à un moment, ouais, l'année dernière. Le Parable 1. Et là, c'est la version Deluxe qui a un contenu additionnel, dont cette partie-là. On était dans l'extension, ça fait 3 fois qu'on fait le passage extension et à chaque fois ça change. Donc pour l'instant je suis pas déçu. Alors. C'est exactement ça.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Tu vas mettre celui-là?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No.
Oui, t'aurais peut-être dû.
I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Passons à autre chose. On a loupé ça déjà. Get here. Apparemment faut aller là. On peut pas courir dans ce jeu, c'est vraiment abusé. Re Firefox, j'espère que t'as bien mangé. Va au trou. C'est horreur. Non, non, c'est pas horreur du tout. Non, non, par contre, le mec il dit ah tiens, encore un truc, un cercle de jump.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's...
bien
oh,
mangé.
wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Non, mais on va aller là. Hein. Get here. Bon, là, c'est quoi? Attendez. Trou sans fond, succès gratuit, objet collectionné. Ah. Non, je suis pas allé au trou. Bon, on va aller au trou sans fond. Allons au trou sans fond. Le trou sans fond.
Stanley,
Ah
here's an
oui,
idea
c'est
that
un
I'm
trou sans
truly
fond, ouais.
fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can
Une chute
fall
sans fin.
until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a
Oh, on peut
medium.
sortir. Non, on peut pas se barrer. Pas le tour. Pas faire le tour. Bon, allez. Géronimo!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then,
Ah bon,
since
on
you've
tombe, ouais.
gotten to see the
Effectivement.
infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe
On
do
va
it on
appuyer
the
sur G ou on
sooner
laisse?
rather than later spectrum of things.
Continue, d'accord, je continue. Je ne touche à rien.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep
Bah
hole.
ouais,
It
je
is.
fais confiance, il m'a dit que c'est un trou sans fond, il y avait pas de...
Well, that sort of
Il y avait pas de
depends
fond.
on your definition of infinity. From one perspective,
Ça se trouve, c'est une fin, ouais.
infinite is
Ah oui, ça a l'air
merely
d'être une fin.
philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh,
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom
on a
of the
atteint
hole.
le fond du
You
trou, ok.
found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the
Allez, c'est haut.
problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Quasi sans fond, ouais,
If
du
that
coup.
works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up
Ouais, et
here when
ensuite,
you're ready.
carrément. Ah, là, on n'a pas le choix, par contre. Si je... Non, non, moi, j'ai pas envie de t'écouter, narrateur. Je sais plus comment il s'appelle, Robert, je crois. Si on monte pas, ça fait quoi? Ouais, il y a une réunion à 2h l'après-midi. Ah, je peux monter et retomber dedans?
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more
Attends,
of
on
my
est dans une
ideas
nouvelle
for the
salle, là.
sequel.
Encore et encore et encore. Oh, il a pété un câble, le pauvre. Ah non, mais je suis pas dans la nouvelle salle. Sauf qu'il y a un plafond cette fois. Il y a un plafond.
Oh,
Vas-y, on
for
tombe.
heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help
Ouais,
but
j'avoue, il
feel
est plus
like
petit,
you
là.
spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport
Ouais, j'avoue,
button
c'était court.
and
Il
come
fait de plus
join
en plus
me
court, ce
up
bâtard.
above. Had enough?
Vas-y, on va
I'm
le
positively
narguer, vas-y.
thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Il est encore plus...
Okay, yes.
Ah, mais
I'm
il fait
starting
exprès.
to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's
Il a vu que tu
name.
perds ton pied.
Here, let's try something. Let's
Les
pop
chevilles.
back up to the top and we'll
Ah
see
oui,
if
la
it gets
cheville,
any
ouais, je me suis
shorter.
caché la cheville en tombant la première fois, donc du coup...
Well, there it is.
Ah bah attends, bah là c'est
Shame
plus un
of
trou,
my
là.
lives. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes,
Pas
but
sauter.
at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Et qui
You
suis-je
just
pour
do
juger?
whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Ah, j'avoue, ce mec, il est vraiment causant. Vas-y,
Hmm.
j'appuie sur G.
Is the
Ah, il fonctionne plus.
teleport button not working? You sure? Well,
Ah
I
oui.
mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm
Il
out.
se fout de ma gueule.
Goodbye, Stanley. You
Bah,
couldn't
salut.
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the
Ah,
hole.
mais il me troll à
I
chaque
get to
fois,
do
le narrateur.
literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Il m'a laissé, hein. Je peux pas monter. Il m'a vraiment laissé, ce bâtard. J'adore les trous, j'avoue. Attends, il va... Mais non, je peux pas escalader une marche. Attends, il tombe le trou. Oh. Oh. Voilà, là, ça va être haut, là. Ah, c'est une fin. Oh, quelle belle fin. Non. Non. Ah oui. Ah oui. Pourquoi? Je l'avoue, leur inspiration, je sais pas d'où elle vient. On peut changer de perception. Hein. Changer votre réalité? Allez, un petit H. Ah oui. On s'enfonce. Changez qui vous êtes. Non mais c'est quoi ça encore? Oh. Ah oui d'accord. Ah marrant. Ah oui quand même. Erreur. Oh des petits chiots. Eh mais les mecs ils se déperchaient.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Ah là
Oh,
ça.
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into
Ça c'était qu'un
dreamland.
rêve.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in
J'avoue,
from
les
time
chiots.
to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Et il se fout de ma gueule, il m'a réveillé pour rien. Me dis pas que je redescends. Ah non. T'imagines le truc en boucle, je redescends. Donc ça y est, on est dans Parable 2 là.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
On va tester les nouvelles fonctionnalités du coup. Donc on a déjà fait cette partie là. Ah bon, on s'est planté d'ailleurs.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
On va voir cette porte. C'est quoi cette porte? J'aurais voulu que ça continue. Ok. On va à la petite porte.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was
Celui
confusing
de
and
Stanley Parable, le
paradoxical,
fait qu'il
that
perd.
it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
J'avoue, y'a
It's
rien.
the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Le mec, il veut me vendre un saut qui n'existe pas.
Hold onto the bucket, the many
Ah, le voilà.
disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may
Vas-y, je veux
even
le saut.
come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your
Ah,
arms.
mais il
And to be
me
honest,
vend un saut,
it's a
les mecs.
much
Hein.
more convenient solution for
Il est
me
fort.
than actually
Maintenant, je le veux.
redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
J'avoue, c'est la solution idéale.
Give it a try.
Allez, essayez-le. Oui, je vais essayer. Oh, cool. Quel bâtard, il m'a
Can you
troll.
feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
Qu'est-ce que je vais
fact,
faire avec ce putain de
can
saut
I
maintenant?
say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Je pense qu'il
I
a pas
think
dû en
that
prendre
just
qu'un.
holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Ok, c'était juste pour un saut. Ok. Mais je peux pas l'enlever ce putain de saut maintenant? Ok,
Does
j'ai un
anyone
saut avec
give out
moi.
awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That
J'avoue,
really
c'est
should be an
c'est le plus beau
award
saut
if
du
it
jeu
isn't
vidéo.
already.
Une petite troll. Ouais, j'avoue, il va me dire ça, ouais. Attendez. Je suis passé à un endroit bizarre. C'est quoi ce
For
truc?
the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button
des
which
boutons,
speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim?
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly
Ouais, mais il est
roleplay
chiant à me
as
poser
Jim, then you'll
dans
never
l'ambiance.
understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button.
Bon saut.
Why don't you go humiliate
Merci.
me in front of a different
Merci
feature
beaucoup.
that I worked very hard on? See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Non, il l'enlève. Bâtard. Oh non, le chien. Oh, le chien. J'avoue, c'est un rageux. Pour une fois que je peux le troller, il me troll lui-même. Il me troll encore. Pas l'enlever, celui-là. Il m'a tué avec le
Maybe
saut.
I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Excellent. Ouais, ça occupe 3/4 de l'écran en plus, enfin pas un quart. C'est chiant quoi. Alors c'est quoi ça? La sortie. Objet à collectionner. On va aller à objet à collectionner. Objet à collectionner, c'est quoi? Oh, c'est beau. C'est beau.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable
Ah, je vous laisse,
2, you'll run around gathering up these
je vous
miniature
laisse le plein
Stanley
écran. C'est beau.
figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward
Au moins on va pas
for
le saut.
collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your
Oh, mais c'est moi!
unremarkable life.
Eh mais c'est moi! Excellent. Ah ok, c'est juste pour récupérer ça?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Donc il y a toujours le trou sans fond. Attends, on a fait objet à collectionner mais on n'a pas été là, comme il a dit. Ouais, c'est vrai que
Now,
c'était pensé
here's
un peu
something
au jeu
special.
d'horreur.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Alors faut que j'actionne pour récupérer le succès, ok d'accord.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the
Ouais, je peux pas le faire pour
world who
l'instant.
have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Désactiver. Encore un troll. Ouais, j'avoue, c'est un autre troll, j'imagine. Attends, il m'a... Oh, non, c'est bon. Je crois que je t'ai perdu. Pas l'enlever ce saut. Hein.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
On est ici. Putain, il y a plein de trucs. Hein. Ah, c'est la sortie ici? Mais non, pas la sortie du coup. Ah, mais tout est fermé! J'ai tout fait? Oh, j'ai vraiment tout fait, y'a que ça? Bon, bah tant pis.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Ah, il y a une suite à... C'est pas la sortie. No screenshot, ok.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul.
Alors c'est quoi qu'on va voir?
It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you
C'est un cirque.
the
Ouais, ça ressemble à un
Stanley
cirque. Ouais.
Parable 2.
Ah, d'accord. Il me
Well,
troll là.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe
Mais en
that's
fait, oui,
it.
c'est le narrateur, le
I can take
gag.
the
Ah,
original
attends.
Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ah, quoi? Hein? Attends, le menu l'a changé là. C'est quoi ce délire? J'avoue, qu'est-ce qu'on fait du saut? Vas-y, ben on met commencer le jeu. On verra bien. Je comprends plus rien à ce jeu.
This is the
À la fin.
story of a man
Ah, il y a un
named
truc pour
Stanley.
passer.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
C'était un plaisir
and
le
he
saut, ouais.
pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
Ah, depuis le trou, il s'est passé plein de choses. Le menu du jeu a changé.
And in what order.
Et on
This
revient
is
à
what
zéro là, apparemment.
employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders.
Ouais, je suis venu ami avec un saut, ouais.
Though he had been made
C'est vrai aussi.
exactly for this job,
Le saut qui m'accompagnait partout.
was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Je suis dans le saut. Oui, il y a des
He had
chances que je
been
sois
at
dans le
his
saut,
desk
ouais.
for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
Il est en
order
solitude.
had arrived on the monitor for him to
Excellent.
follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions. call a meeting or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something
Mais là,
was
on est revenu
very
au début,
clearly
là.
wrong.
Je comprends plus rien.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
En fait, on fait un jeu où on comprend pas du tout. Ah, mais il y a des ballons maintenant.
All of his
What the fuck?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
On est vraiment dans le 2 là?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, il y a un saut. On prend le saut ou pas? Oh oui. Vas-y, on prend le saut. Il va nous gâcher l'écran par contre. Hein. Je vous le dis tout de suite.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Je ramasse le seau, ok. J'avoue, les portes se ferment pas. Ah, j'ai déjà fait ça. J'ai déjà fermé la porte et retourné au bureau, j'ai fermé la porte. Je suis mort. Et là, dans le 2, je sais pas ce que ça fait. Mais là, dans le placard à balai, il devait être là. Mais je vois pas le placard à balai, je le trouve pas. Where is placard à balai? Ah, c'était bureau.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Le saut magique.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Vas-y, je prends celle de gauche. J'ai pas vu le new contest là.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Ouais,
Perhaps his
là,
boss's office was where
dans le
he
bureau du
found
chef, ouais.
answers.
On va continuer normal. Je pense qu'il y a un truc à faire.
Stanley and the bucket walked
La fin
upstairs to the
va pas
boss's
être la même, je
office.
pense. Attends, ah mince. Ah mince, j'ai loupé. Ah bah trop tard. On va faire la fin.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical.
Et le saut, il a vraiment toute son importance hein, dans ma narration. Hein.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the
sacré
bucket.
délire.
Soothing him, comforting him,
Le chef
reassuring that
avait un
in this
bureau
darkest
secret.
moment of
Ce
uncertainty,
qu'il faut savoir dans
he
ce
would
bureau, en
be
fait,
all
c'est
right.
que
The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
il y a un laboratoire
Everything will be
qui
fine.
contrôle toutes nos pensées.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Et j'avoue, ils font la voix avec le saut, j'ai
Facility.
l'impression. Ouais, est-ce qu'on fait échappe ou on fait ça? Vas-y, on fait la fin habituelle. On va voir ce qu'il va nous dire.
The lights
Fais la fin
rose
comme
on an
une
enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Et le saut, bien sûr. Toujours le saut.
The monitors jumped to life, and
Voilà le
Stanley
problème.
nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. as
Le saut est
Stanley
important, ouais.
cradled it
Il a toute son
gently,
importance, j'ai l'impression.
reassuring it that everything would be fine. 」 « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « « Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to
Il a
do
fait
or not want to do
le
in
saut
the
que des
first
choses
place?
n'auraient pas voulu faire le saut, quoi.
These
Non
questions
mais
raced
n'importe quoi.
furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life
J'ai
in
dû crier dans
someone
le saut.
else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At
Mon
this
seul ami
point,
du monde.
he could trust
C'est mon
no
ami le
one
saut.
except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the
Il devient
operation.
parano, ouais.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past
Schizo, ouais,
began to
c'est pas
sink
faux.
in, Stanley decided that
Y a un
this
truc avec les
machinery
interrupteurs
would
ici.
never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle
Il doit
the
avoir un truc avec
controls
les
for good.
interrupteurs ici.
Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up
c'est
against
trois.
the world. They high-fived in a
J'ai
really
un,
cool
là.
way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Ouais, je vais essayer de retrouver ma liberté, ouais. Avant, je vais essayer de faire les boutons. On va voir ce que ça donne si je fais dans l'ordre. Le 4, il est où le 4? J'ai pas le 4. Il y a le 5 qui est là, mais j'ai pas le 4. Là, ça fait rien. Ouais, j'ai pas de 4. Ah, le 4 est là-bas. Oh, il est trop loin, je peux même pas y accéder. Voilà, les boules. Non, ça fait rien. Vas-y, on va retrouver notre liberté. Retrouvons notre liberté. Mettons le système en off.
When at last they came,
J'ai jamais essayé de le mettre en on.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
C'est terminé?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical
Stanley
grip
et le
of the
sou.
evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Hein?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Et deux enfants. Ah, là, tu vois, a priori, non.
In uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Et il refusait de voir partir le saut.
Recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the
Ah
bucket.
non, mais je suis enfermé.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Ah, je sais
To
pas
be
du
trapped
tout.
eternally in darkness isn't really so bad.
Un saut
Stanley
un
thought
saut
to
au
himself,
fil.
as long as I have my bucket
Un
with
saut
me,
au
right,
fil.
I'll be okay, won't I?
Je sais pas.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Sautophile. Un sautophile. Il sautophile. Un métalleux. On va pas reprendre le saut cette fois. Hein. Ah oui, je peux refermer la porte. Et par contre, la porte c'est pas fermée, c'est bizarre. C'est bizarre, la porte s'est pas fermée. C'est vrai que j'ai déjà fait, ouais. J'ai déjà fait 2 fois même. En pensant qu'il y avait une deuxième fin. Là, il y a peut-être une autre fin, non? Pourquoi la porte s'est pas refermée? Ah, mon tel qui sonnait? Non, c'est pas mon tel qui sonne.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Le placard à balai. Mais le placard à balai, c'est où? Par contre. Je vais refaire le coup de la porte. Théo a dit si.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if
On va
he
voir
had to
s'il y a
make a
une
decision?
autre fin.
What if
Ça
a
se trouve dans le
crucial
2, il y a une
outcome
autre fin.
fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No.
Ah, j'aurais dû
This
prendre le saut
couldn't
avec
go
moi.
anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Oh, vas-y, faut que je la
Stanley
passe avec le
waited.
saut.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to.
La logique
He
en
will be
PLS.
told what to do.
Oui, c'est un peu
Now
ça.
it's
Ouais.
just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
En plus, c'est long, ouais, j'avoue. Mais avec le saut, ça risque d'être marrant. Attends, voyons voir. Il ferme pas la porte.
All of
Vas-y,
his
on va prendre le saut.
co-workers
Ah,
were gone.
il a fermé la porte.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, je prends pas le saut du coup. Hein. Ah bah si, je prends le saut.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed
Une
over
vague de
him.
chaleur l'envahit. Donc après la salle de réunion. Hein.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Le placard à balai, c'est après. Hein.
Still
Après la salle de
no one
réunion.
was here.
Ok.
Stanley needed the
Oh,
bucket's
attendez.
warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Ah, il est là.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day.
Il
This
saut.
broom
Non.
closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
Oh là là.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the
J'avoue, il part
gall to
loin.
imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of
De toute façon, je peux
kinship
pas
towards
donner
any inanimate
le saut.
object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
Ah, je me
Really
défends.
tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved.
Ah,
over
bonne
the
soirée,
years.
c'est Vernis.
Let him have it.
Bonne soirée. Peut-être à demain. C'est tout là?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Huh?
There. Now it's settled. No more debate.
Eh
no
ouais,
more
c'est à
discussion.
moi.
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Il va me faire un speech sur les autocollants maintenant.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Il est fort le narrateur quand même. Y'a rien qui se passe après quoi? Ouais, j'avais l'impression que c'était fini aussi.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
On va pas au bureau du chef. Quoi, qu'il y a peut-être un truc au bureau du chef, non? Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
C'est vrai qu'il faudrait que j'en fasse... Déjà, je pense que j'aurais les... Non, si je vais là, je deviens fou. C'est chiant. Et si je deviens fou avec le saut, ça fait quoi? Attendez. Attendez, si je fais ça avec le saut, il y aura un autre truc, on est d'accord? Oui, c'est vrai. Je peux aller au bureau, vu que c'est mon saut. Oh, attendez, j'ai jamais été ici.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Avec le saut de réconfort, ça va être bizarre, ouais, je pense. Ouais, faudra que je le fasse après, tiens. Mais je pense que les stickers vont rester sur le saut. Pas ouf, hein, l'image. Ah, je vais prendre l'ascenseur, ouais. Viens, monte. Oh bah, même pas besoin de mettre la musique. Pam para pa pa pa. Pou para pou papi. C'est loin. La musique est longue. Au moins il se tait. J'aurais dû prendre peut-être le bas, peut-être moins long. Ah. Regarde les chiffres par terre. Fiche par terre. Recommandation. Ouais, que ça. J'arrive même pas à lire ce qui est marqué. Il s'arrête quand l'ascenseur là? Moi j'avoue ça brille du plan. Je peux pas les toucher. Et il chante? Attendez, on entendait Stanley chanter? On va mourir là, non? Ouais, c'est long, ouais. C'est un ascenseur troll. Attendez, on va voir si ça va jusqu'au bout. Il fait combien d'étages le bordel là? Ça aurait pu arriver, ouais. C'est ce que j'ai pensé aussi. C'est là que je vois les nuages quand je m'arrête là. En mode dessin animé, je vois le sol, je fais ah. Voilà, là je pars pour l'espace, ouais. Vas-y, on appuie. Ah, c'est bon. Attends, on est au même endroit. Il m'a trollé l'ascenseur. Il m'a trollé l'ascenseur. Vas-y, on est en bas là. Ah, mais j'avoue, il bouge pas l'ascenseur. L'ascenseur troll.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
Ouais,
luck.
je le savais, mais
Was it the bucket
j'attendais
all
que
along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
il fasse
this is
quelque chose.
certainly the most logical explanation.
Il bouge pas? Comment ça, il bouge pas? Du coup, on refait la fin pour voir si la fin pour la porte, pour voir si la porte s'ouvre, c'est ça, hein? Vu que c'est mon saut.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ah, j'aurais dû aller à gauche. J'aurais dû faire, désolé.
The lights rose on an enormous
Ouais, j'ai
room
pas
packed
vu
with television
ton flux
screens.
avant et du coup je suis
What
passé devant.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Mais ce qui est bizarre, c'est qu'on n'a pas le contenu additionnel là dans le. On fait le 1, mais avec le saut. Par
Stanley
contre.
nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Il y a une fin de disco ici, si je me souviens bien. Une fin de disco. Excellent.
As Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
donc je prends pas l'ascenseur. Ok, une fin disco. Voyons voir. J'attends de voir. De toute façon, on voit le point d'après. Ah, le bouton des lumières, d'accord. Ah yeah. Excellent. Yeah. C'est groovy. Pas faire cette fin là.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Et par contre, qu'est-ce que ça fait si je l'utilise le on au lieu de prendre ma liberté?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
c'était pas une fin, mais elle est vraiment stylée là. Je mets off. Je mets off pour voir si mon saut déjà il varie. On peut le sortir du bâtiment.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Stanley le saut.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Ouais, je ferai on la prochaine fois, ouais.
The two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Oh non. Ah non, c'est toujours pareil.
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to
Ouais,
leave.
je passerai, ouais.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
C'est pas une
Needed the
sortie.
soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not
Mon
while
but
he
c'est de
has such
quitter
a
l'endroit avec le
precious
saut là.
bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right?
Ouais, mais le problème c'est qu'on aimerait bien faire sortir le saut.
Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Parce qu'en fait, on avait déjà réussi dans le 1 à faire sans le saut. Ah, attendez, est-ce que ça se ferme la porte là?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Alors là, il me dit d'aller n'importe où là. Il y a les stickers!
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
On va voir si c'est d'autres stickers.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Serre fermement le seau. Là, il me laisse choisir, là. Il s'en bat les couilles, là. Oh! Oh! Fireplace, red and blue. Out of box.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Ah, il a plus d'autocollant.
You can guarantee we be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Plus d'autocollant. Ah, il est pas drôle. Alors, est-ce qu'on deviendrait fou? Ah, il a prévu, ouais. Il avait prévu le coup, ouais. Alors, est-ce qu'on devient fou en bas? Avec le seau? Ou est-ce qu'on prend la sortie? On prend la sortie? Pourquoi on prend la sortie par contre?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence. But Stanley guessed the correct code by
tu veux que j'appuie sur on?
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
J'avoue, la route est longue.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Hey, on se fait un petit kiff.
Was the bucket under the mind control facilities
je voulais me
influence
faire la
as
petite
well?
disco.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Et ça use les souliers, ouais.
Of things does a
Ah,
bucket
du coup, on
want
va pas faire un
to
petit
do
coup de disco,
or
là.
not
Ça va être
want
trop
to
long.
do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Hormis le seau. Le seau, seul ami.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Alors, appuyons sur
Stanley
on.
decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for
C'est à
itself?
cause du seau, tout ça.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The
Des
control
stupides
buttons
oiseaux, ouais.
became active again.
Qu'est-ce que je dois faire? Je dois appuyer sur un des boutons, mais je sais quoi. Un des deux. Ok, je vais mettre ça. Ah, ah d'accord.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it
Oh,
dawned
dis
on
donc
him.
moi.
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the
C'est
metal
de plus en
genius
plus
in his
absurde.
hands,
Ouais, le
the
coup après le
one
coup
who
des
had
chiens, on
pointed
a
him
ça.
towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Il est heureux. C'est une fin. Oh, petit canard. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Vas-y, on se barre avec le seau.
Spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
On va à droite.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alors, je sais plus si on va là ou si on va là-bas. Tout droit? Ouais, tout droit.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Maintenant, il joue le saut.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him,
Ah,
of course,
c'est son
because
meilleur
buckets
ami,
can't
faut pas que je le remette en
talk. But
cause.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Je peux sauter pour sa passerelle? Ah ouais? Ah ouais, je savais même pas. Il y a des petits cadeaux aussi. Oh, je suis où là?
No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says,
Ouais,
no
je
buckets
suis presque
past
tombé,
this
ouais.
point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Il fout de ma
Which,
gueule le jeu.
if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Vas-y, on n'a pas le choix. Oh.
Now
Is
then,
this bucket?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Qui est un saut ou non? Voilà, ça va être quoi ça encore?
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah, c'est pas un véritable saut. Fais le con.
Item 2.
Oui.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation
Impression
of a
3D d'un
bucket,
seau.
not
Ah
an
bah,
actual bucket.
là tu joues sur les mots, l'ami. Hein. Ça ressemble à un seau pourtant. Hein. Moi je vais
Item
toujours
3.
répondre oui.
Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Correct.
Ah c'est bon.
This is a bucket.
C'est un seau. Ok. Ah ça c'était un seau.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Ah oui.
Are you hallucinating? This is
Bah non,
a
c'est un seau.
tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next
Pour
one.
moi c'était un seau ça. Ça me donne trop envie de jouer à Farming Simulator. Ça c'est un seau ça aussi. Ça c'est un seau ouais.
This
Ah oui.
is a bucket.
Ça là c'est un seau. Ah ça c'est un seau ça. Ouais. Ouais ça c'est un
Is
seau.
this a bucket?
Mm.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Ah, ce sont les deux, hein? Ah j'ai pas compris le coup des deux là par contre.
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ah, cherche-le, vas-y. Ça c'est un seau ça aussi. C'est un seau ça.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Je réponds quoi? Je peux répondre toujours oui de toute façon. Ah, c'est
You know
marche
what?
plus.
I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
Attendez, j'ai
Mere
ouvert mon
moments
chat, il est
ago,
en
I
train
could
de...
answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Ah mince, je voulais mettre cet inso.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Bah oui, pourquoi t'as
was
disparu?
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and
Oh
we'll
bah
put
non.
back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that
Je sens que je vais avoir un
information might
tracteur
do
dans
to
le
a
lot.
person. All right, here we go.
Oh si j'ai un tracteur, c'est excellent. Ah attendez, je suis plus du tout dans le même délire là. Déjà. Tu es où là?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
On prend le
Stanley
saut.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, ça fait rien pour l'instant le droit. Ça fait rien, c'est juste que je me replace. Mais plus tard, j'installe des trucs. Les trucs sont prévus. Soon, normalement milieu de semaine.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alors, si je prends à gauche, j'ai un moyen de sortir? Si je prends à droite, je crois que j'ai un moyen de sortir.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. So the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Je vais faire l'inverse de ce qu'il dit. Non, il m'a dit que je prends la porte, je prends l'ascenseur.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
C'est quoi ce truc de ouf?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Il m'a dit de suivre la ligne, mais j'ai pas le choix. Non, je peux aller là. Oh oui. Non, je m'enferme dans le placard, moi. Enfin, je veux bien faire l'inverse, mais là, ça va être compliqué.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ah, une petite musique.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
On n'a pas le choix de suivre la ligne. De voir s'il n'y a pas de sortie alternative.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game. It's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely.
Ouais, j'avoue, faut que je fasse avec le délire complet, ouais.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
Ah non, mais j'ai pas envie.
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Ah non, je suis pas prêt.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Well, you see, if
Ah,
you
bonne
were
soirée,
to
Fer.
really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
De toute façon, je pouvais pas le broyer. Attends, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Je peux pas bouger. Je suis mort.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Merci, l'ami. Donc encore le même passage, ok.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Les chiottes, ça je sais fait. Non, que j'ai pas fait, c'est avec la ligne.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Ah, il va y avoir un saut qui
Stanley
m'attaque.
doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Je suis devenu fou et j'ai lâché mon saut en pensant que c'était pas le mien.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
On est déjà tombé sur cette fin-là.
She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place at work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted
Ah, mais
by
le
the
saut,
body
mais
of a man
il me
who had
tue.
stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Il avait pas de saut. Bah oui.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Et le coup du saut, ils vont me le faire à chaque fois. Par contre, on est d'accord qu'on peut pas échapper avec le saut, quoi.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went
Et
together.
le narrateur,
would
il
be
change toujours de
perfectly
truc, c'est
fine
ouf.
with
Hein.
him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Non, attendez. En bas, il y a quoi déjà? Oh, il est là.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ouais, je peux descendre tout en bas? Non? J'ai jamais fait tout en bas.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley, once again, obeyed blindly.
Vas-y, on obéit. On obéit au saut. Oh.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket.
Décroche le téléphone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
La triste histoire de Stanley et son saut.
I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Ah, mon saut. Tu es là. Bonjour, c'est moi ton saut. Appuie sur A pour m'emmener au travail avec toi. Ah non. Non, je veux pas. On peut ouvrir le frigo? Même pas. Voilà, loose. J'ai pas le choix en fait. Vas-y, ben R.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Attends, je suis où maintenant?
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Ah, le saut est là. Attends, on peut s'enfermer avec le seau. Hein, quoi? Hein? Vas-y, on le ramène à la maison.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Where is my seau? You, mon seau? Où est-il? Ah, il est là. Vas-y, ben on retourne au travail. Paix, autant pour moi.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Il y a un truc avec le seau, hein.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Il met tout le monde dans la vie, sauf moi. Je l'appuie sur I.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
On rentre à la maison.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps.
Un peu bizarre ça par contre.
This would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
Non, c'est le mien.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture.
Il en peut plus du seau, lui non plus.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
D'accord, ça c'est aussi une fin. C'est bon à savoir.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah mais faut que la porte elle reste ouverte. Le problème c'est que dès que j'avance, la porte elle se ferme dans mon bureau. Donc ça va être pas possible. J'ai déjà voulu essayer en fait. J'ai voulu essayer, ce n'était pas possible.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
Ah, on va prendre la
guiding
sortie
him?
là à gauche.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Je sais plus si je l'ai plus la sortie à gauche. Et après, je pense que j'aurais fait le tour de toutes les fins.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control.
Non, je peux pas non plus. Ça aurait été tellement bien.
Escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Ah oui, je sais ce qui se passe.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Une mort douloureuse pour chacun d'entre nous. Ah, attention, on va voir ce qui se passe. Normalement, on avait une suite à cet endroit-là. Voilà, on est bloqué là. Ok. Normalement, avant que ça s'écrase pas sur nous, normalement. Normalement, on a une suite.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket
je suis
inched
pas sûr,
closer
en
to
fait.
their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Oh oui.
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own
Juste pour le
way,
saut, quoi.
but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ah, c'est le musée du saut, là. Ils sont forts. Hein. Ils sont forts.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Ils sont forts. Ils sont très 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 forts. Oh, ils sont trop forts.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oula. C'est pas mon
But
saut, ça.
there is something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
En fait, tu vas en voir.
Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Ok, on est mort. Ah, la porte s'est pas fermée. Attends, si j'avance. Vas-y, je m'enferme avec le seau.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
On parle pas du saut, c'est dommage.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
Okay.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very
On va voir si on peut le remplir, mais j'en doute.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah, ça marche pas. Y'a rien.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Allez, une dernière. Moi, ça va être la fin pour moi. Je vais m'arrêter là. Parce qu'on a fait le tour, je pense. Hein. J'ai l'impression qu'il manque des trucs que j'ai pas fait, mais... Je vois pas ce que j'ai pas fait en fait.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Pas chaud de passer par là.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Ouais, je vais faire une... Si je l'ai fait au tout début, mais je vais la refaire pour finaliser le stream quand même. On va finir par
Was
une
the
fin heureuse.
bucket under the
C'est
mind
bien quand
control
même.
facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Attends, c'est un petit tips. Ah, on peut pas faire le mode disco maintenant. Ah, bizarre. Je suis pas revenu en arrière cette fois.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Bonne soirée Théo
Two
Addict.
best friends,
Bonne soirée à toi.
Stanley and the bucket,
Et
up
merci encore
against
pour
the
le follow.
world.
Merci encore.
They high-fived in a really cool
pas grave
way,
pourtant.
and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh. Je peux pas y accéder. Oh non, je peux pas y accéder, la loose. Allez, après une petite fin sans saut.
When at last they came to the Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be...
Attends, on va pas se repasser parce que... Vas-y, on recommence. Ce sera plus simple.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Allez, une petite dernière.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
On
he
prend pas
had
le saut.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of
On
two
prend à
open
gauche.
doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he
est en train de me dire que je laisse pas une...
with some calming new age music.
Ok, il me laisse une musique du coup. Allez, mais je l'ai faite là. Quand est-ce que t'allumes là? Ah, mais il se fout de ma gueule en plus, il me troll jusqu'au bout le jeu.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked
Ah,
forward.
il m'a mis une musique pour que je me calme quoi.
Passageway.
Vous allez trop vite, monsieur. Mais attends, je l'avais pas vu lui.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Et voilà la fin.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Voilà, on va se faire un petit crédit quand même. Retour au menu. Un petit crédit. Voilà. On va voir les crédits complets. Donc voici, voilà, un petit jeu sympathique, je vous conseille, si vous voulez vous marrer en vous disant que le jeu se fout de votre gueule, c'est assez rigolo, c'est un concept assez innovant, innovant en façon de parler parce que ça a quand même 2013, mais une façon de jouer assez marrante. C'est vraiment une nouvelle façon de jouer, ouais. Ça, il est pas très long au moins le crédit. Parce que là c'est le crédit du 2 hein, qu'on voit. Et nous, merci. Et moi, merci beaucoup pour ce jeu. Je remercie les développeurs parce que franchement c'était vraiment sympa. Donc voilà. Donc voilà. Un petit jeu sympathique. Nice. T'arrives vers la fin, Sobrito. On s'est bien fait troll par le jeu en tout cas. On s'est bien fait troll par le jeu pas mal de fois, je pense. Donc je vais essayer de voir ça ce soir pour le souci. J'ai vu quelques passages. Le passage du saut était magnifique. Entre mes trucs. Y a pas de problème. Pour le souci, ouais. Donc je vais vous laisser avec une petite musique d'intro du jeu. Du coup, ouais, bah, j'attendrai mardi. Si mardi, il n'y a pas de... Mardi ou mercredi, j'attendrai. Tu me diras si t'as vu ça et tu me tiendras au courant. Tu me tiendras au courant quand même. Donc moi, sur ce, moi, je vais vous laisser là. On a fait un bon petit stream quand même de 4h15. Hein. Donc, donc on va s'arrêter là pour moi en tout cas. Je sais pas pourquoi mon spatialisateur ne veut pas se mettre en route. Je sais pas pourquoi il veut pas se mettre en route lui. Ah si, c'est pour ça. J'avais pas mis son. Donc moi sur ce, je vais vous souhaiter une bonne soirée, une bonne nuit pour certains, et on se dit à demain. Demain, je vais essayer de voir quelle heure je stream. Bon, de toute façon, restez sur le Discord, vous serez au courant. Et n'hésitez pas à rejoindre le Discord pour ceux qui ne l'ont pas rejoint déjà. Et bonne soirée à vous. Bonne soirée à toi, Sabrito. Allez, bisous, bye bye, ciao. Oui, bonne soirée le chat aussi, ouais.